Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's Saturday, April 5th, 2025. We're doing a little last-minute live stream here. We'll play something that the audience will pick. I've just gotten out some of the games that have been sitting around for us to play. Let's see how everyone's doing and see what everyone is in the mood for. I see in the chat some comments about playing one of the Masters of Crime series. In the Discord, someone just pointed me to a review that another channel did of Masters of Crime Incognito, and they mentioned the Co-op for Two channel, which was quite fun. But we can't play a Masters of Crime series today, and the reason is the reason that we don't play any brand new games on these last-minute unannounced streams, which is I like to give, there's certain games that people are looking forward to playing. The Masters of Crime series is one of them. They've played the others with me and they don't want to miss it. So I like to give a little bit of advance notice for those. So when we do these last minute live streams, I try to pick from games that we've got lots of in the series that people won't be upset about missing. So you can see I've got our normal suspects here. A couple of Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes we could play. Jack the Ripper and a Sherlock Holmes themed one. Both themes I'm very interested in. Probably the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective West End Adventures is actually in that category of games we shouldn't play because there are a couple people that have been playing those with me that will want some advance notice. We also have the last Think Fun Cold Case game that we haven't played. These tend to be a little bit shorter. I've got a stack of Deckscape games. It's the one small box escape room game that we haven't played yet. I'm not sure I've ever played a Deckscape game, but I'm curious to try them, although we have been playing a different small card-based escape room game recently called 50 Clues, so maybe that's not the best thing to mix it up. But those are available. I have this puzzle game from Mini Mysteries is what it's called, but I think the company is like Historical Mysteries. There's 3 of these. I have 2 and I've backed the 3rd one. This is rated at easy, but it looks like a very beautifully done puzzle game. And then I have a couple of the rest of the Unsolved Case File games that we bought after we played Sandra Ivy and liked it so much. including this odd one that's of a different size and is called a photo case. I guess mostly photographs. But the other ones we have is Jane Doe, Jamie Banks, Veronica Falcone, Mac Cahill, Buddy Edmonds. All right, so there are those to choose from. And then we have these cold case crackers, which are similar. We've played one of these four. We'll have to remember which four if we chose to play one of these. All right, so let's see what everyone is thinking, and then we'll have a little vote here. So if you want to join for today's stream, but you've played one of these, one or more, you can just, what's going on here? My eyebrow. You can just veto something. If you plan to be here for the whole stream, but you've already played one of these, you can go ahead and veto it, and we'll skip that one. A couple people interested in the Egyptian Enigma. A couple people interested in the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. I'm trying to think what I am in the mood for. I'm not really sure. I guess I'm easy to please with these. All right, let's open it up. I don't know. Is voting the right way to do it? What is happening here? Actually, this happens all the time. I'm acting like it's some surprising thing. Elaine Covington says, I'm intrigued by the Egyptian Enigma. It's a Jack the Ripper kind of weather, says Joseph Mayu. I wonder what the answer is for the, like, if you vote, then you always get the same. I suppose we should have a vote and we'll see. Got some nice comments. It's always interesting to do these weekend daytime streams because people watch the channel that I don't normally hear from, because normally we are streaming late at night. All right. Yeah, there's a disclaimer on all votes on this channel that I'm not bound by them. I'm definitely not bound by any vote. All right, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I've heard the voices of the people, but I did sort of promise that we would play another Unsolved Case Files. So instead of having a vote, we're just going to play one of these Unsolved Case Files today. I was very pleasantly surprised by Sandra Ivy. And I think maybe it would be interesting to see how good the other Unsolved Case Files are. So, but you still have a choice. You've got a choice because we have a bunch of them here. All right, so I've played two. We played Sandra Ivy together, and I played Harmony Ashcroft not on the channel. I liked Harmony Ashcroft quite a bit. I think that might have been their first case, but it was easy. And when we played Sandra Ivy, that was the big eye-opener for me, that they had more involved cases. So there are a couple more that aren't on the table. There's another small one that I was told was not very good. So I've taken that off. All right, and we've got a couple people vetoing ones they've played. Okay, so Veronica Falcone has already been played, And then, so this is being vetoed. All right. Now, should we try this one and see what it's all about? And see what does it mean to, what does a photo case mean? I mean, it's mostly going to be photos, I guess we look through. Why don't we try this one? Yeah, let's try. I think we should try the photo one and see what it's all about. Is everyone okay with that? No one's played it? Okay. That's what we're going to do then. Yes, I will need to get my microscope out. Well, all the more reason to try it. All right, so we're going to play Angela Justice, the Unsolved Case Files photo case, which I got from Amazon. Probably, well, for sure, somewhere in the $15 to $20 range. Let's take a look at the back and see if, as usual, there's no difficulty rating on these unsolved case files, which is a little bit of a shame, but let's see. Mayoral candidate and local attorney Angela Justice was nearing the end of her campaign when she was tragically murdered in her home on July 15, 2007. Her daughter Carmen, who was only 4 at the time, witnessed the attack while hiding under the bed. Despite the local sheriff and crime scene investigators' best attempts to solve the case, the killer was never found. Carmen, the 4-year-old witness, is now a young woman on a mission to uncover the truth about that night and bring her mom the justice she deserves. All right, so 3 objectives and mostly photographs, but also newspaper clippings, documents. So 2024, and obviously adult themed. All right, so this is one of the more recent ones. Anything else anyone wants to talk about before we get started? Bunch of new people stopping by today. It's always nice to have new people here. How tough is this one? Well, one of the hallmarks of these unsolved case files is they don't list difficulty. They don't rate their games for difficulty, which is a shame. It's not always easy to determine difficulty. It's not like there's an objective measure, but most of these games that are in a series, like Cryptic Killers, make some attempt to rank them for difficulty. All right, so we do have the microscope we can get out if we need it. Everything else, I think, is set up. All right. Let's open it up and take a look at what we've got here. So there is only one of these photo cases. There's one other small case, but it's not a photo case. All right, here's our first objective. What did the CSI team miss? All right. We've got evidence, photographs. Okay. So they're calling this a photo case, but it looks very similar to the normal cases. There's 3 envelopes, which will open as we progress. Photographer Hawthorne, journalist Hawthorne, sensitive, signed, released, minor, sporting event. That's an odd breakdown. 9 photos here. Whitney camera supply. Bunch of photos. And what's this? Okay, list of items in the case. Whitney College Gazette. Hello, Detective. My name's Carmen Justice, and I witnessed my mother's murder when I was only 4 years old. The night after her final debate for the Whitney mayoral election, someone broke into our house while we were sleeping and killed her. I was hiding under the bed and saw it happen. I watched her die. Aunt Donna got custody of me afterwards. It's hard for her to talk about Mom, so I learned early on to snoop around for answers instead. I was doing that 2 weeks ago when I found a roll of undeveloped film in Aunt Donna's secret drawer. I developed the pics, and they're all from the day before my mom's murder. It's beyond eerie. I'm currently an investigative photojournalist for our university newspaper. Our faculty advisor, Miss Quill, saw me studying the new photos, so I told her about my mom's case, and she encouraged me to cover the story in the Gazette. She said it would be healing for me, but so far all it's done is consume me. I can't eat or sleep. I'm failing 3 classes and I need help. I spoke with the old sheriff and got an envelope with all the pictures and evidence he could find. I also met with Gail Hawthorne, the journalist who covered Mom's murder back in 2007. She gave me an envelope of photos she took while covering the case. I made you an inventory on the back. I don't see how a common burglar could break into our back door, rummage through the house, murder my mother with a knife from our kitchen, and leave absolutely no evidence behind. I don't buy it. The CSI investigators must have missed something. Can you help me find it? It's my only chance at solving this case and moving on with my life. Sincerely, Carmen Justice. Okay, a great setup here, right? Like finding an undeveloped roll of film. You kids don't know what undeveloped film is. But back in the day, you'd take photos and sometimes you wouldn't even develop the film because you didn't remember there being any good photos and it cost money and time to develop it. It's not like a digital camera. So, but what a good setup, right? She stumbled on some undeveloped film in the aunt's drawer and she had it developed. So we have like the core of this game is photos from different sources. This is going to be the film she newly got developed. This is the film photos from the journalist at the time in 2007 that covered the case. And here we have evidence from the sheriff at the time. All right, let's work backwards just like our client did. These are the photographs she newly had developed. She says, from the day of the murder, 7/14/2007 at 7:44 a.m. Okay, let's give ourselves a nice close-up here. So Aunt Donna, do we think Aunt Donna is the killer just to get custody of this little girl? All right, well, this girl, there's our client as a young girl, 4-year-old Donna, Karen, and there's her Aunt Donna in all white. Okay, hard to hide killing someone if you're all in white. But what has she got on her cheek? A little Band-Aid or a little paint? Looks like maybe paint. Okay. Oh, she's annotated these. Mom asked Aunt Donna to sit with me during the debate, but instead she came over in the morning and spent the whole day with us. I was painting when she arrived, and I remember us getting a little messy, but everybody just laughed. I love those days with Mom and Aunt Donna. We always had so much fun. I wish the day ended as happily as it started. This is a nice, I'm surprised by how effective this setup is in terms of not just photos, but that they've been annotated. So you're telling the story through photos. Not many would have been using film in 2007. What's the mark on her cheek? Girl is covered in paint. I doubt anyone would kill their sister to get a niece you can see anytime. I think that's a very good point. Killing your sister just to spend more time with your niece that your sister's already letting you spend time with doesn't seem realistic. Okay, what's this? I see this is like a little rosebud moment. We've got a little, looks like a sled. With someone's name? What does that say? Lynn? Looks like it says Lynn. All right, let's move on here. Taking a selfie with Aunt Donna. Okay, here's Aunt Donna and little Karen having fun. Okay. 7:44, 8:33, same day. Aunt Donna and I used to love taking selfies before Mom died. We always did that when she would come over. Silly selfies, we called them. Looks like my mom wanted to remember the moment too. I've never seen that selfie. Aunt Donna doesn't like talking about that day. All right, what have we got here? Mom and I visiting Dad's grave. No timestamp on this? Oh, there it is. Let me just see what timestamp is. 9:16 a.m. Okay, so these are in sequential order. Mom and I visiting Dad's grave. Derek Justice died in 2005, 2 years earlier. A bit of a coincidence. Looks like maybe he was a military guy. My mom took me to see my dad's grave so she could talk to him before her debate. We used to visit him together all the time. We'd sit down on the grass for hours and talk about what we were doing and how much we missed him. Now I go by myself and talk to both of them. Might sound silly, but it helps. Okay. No one in the background working about. Maybe the ant took these. All right, something in here is making it think it sees. Oh, maybe it's just my green. Okay, let's see. Something is making it see green. Heading to a party with Mom. Okay, a little bit later after they visit the grave, they're heading to a party. Maybe the ant is taking the photos. My friend Abigail had a birthday party that day. Even though Aunt Donna was visiting and the debate was that evening, Mom made sure I got to the party. The matching outfits were my idea. The balloons were hers. I told Mom that Abigail had a thing for balloons. Mom made sure we showed up with a lot of them. Okay. I gotta cover this green since it's getting confused. All right, so keep an eye on that car. If we keep seeing that car in photos, maybe someone's following them. Other than that, nothing jumps out here. My supermodel pose. Okay, 11:24, so a couple hours later. Mom and Aunt Donna were always stopping to take photos. I can't remember who took this one. They loved capturing moments like this in photos. Mom always said we didn't have enough pictures of my dad. I don't have enough of either of them. Okay. Nothing really jumping out there. Getting ready for the debate with Mom. Okay, so her mother has a debate today. I see the knife rack behind them. That's a little spooky. She's helping her mom get ready. Okay. Aunt Donna took this one. Mom made getting ready for the debate really special. She let me do her makeup and helped me do mine. It was so much fun. It probably took Mom twice as long to fix whatever I did. Okay. Knife rack in the back. All the knives are there. All right, and here's a photo at the debate. Mom's mayoral debate. Angela Justice, and it looks like this woman's name might be Dooley. Okay, we got a whole bunch of people in the audience. This is 6:54 p.m. Okay. This was my mom killing it at the mayoral debate. She's on the left. Her opponent, Vicky Dooley's, on the right. Aunt Donna doesn't talk about Mom much, but sometimes if I bring up the campaign, she gets really passionate. She always talks about how Mom would have eventually been president if it weren't for that night. Instead, we got Vicky Dooley, who shut down the library and got impeached. All right, so she got killed. That caused her to win. So that should be our definite suspect. One of them at least, but probably not for the actual murder. She could have hired someone, though. I don't know. We still don't know exactly when the murder occurred. I guess the mother was home and got murdered, so it wouldn't have been during the debate. All right, so there's our photos of the new photos developed. Didn't seem like anything super useful there. Maybe it's time for us to look at well, let's look at the journalist thing, because our goal today, our first goal is, what did the CSI team miss? So you might expect that would be in the sheriff's photos. Maybe we'll look at these first. Photos taken by the journalist. Crime scene on lockdown. July 15. So we're told this was the day of the murder on the 14th. So here's the day after. These are all property of the newspaper. Okay. It's got a little campaign banner. There's the number of the house early in the morning. And here's the journalist annotating these photos. Crime scene was fully locked down when I arrived, not crossing Officer Pinkerton or that yellow line, but she can't stop me from sneaking around back. No one, aside from the CSI unit and sheriff, were allowed inside the house, probably because of Angela's political position in the community. Also, Carmen's unfortunate witnessing. Observed from the perimeter and interviewed neighbors. All right, so there's a question about, can we get a closer look each side of the house? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go through these relatively quickly on our first pass, but make a little note, because I'm happy to spend as much time looking at details as we want afterwards. But let's make our first run through. Okay, Charles Taylor, the next door neighbor. This is just 10 minutes later. See if she's talked to him. He's retired next door neighbor, who he's the one who called the sheriff, spoke on the record, heard screams, called sheriff, only had nice things to say about the Justice family, started choking up during our interview and walked away shaking his head. I didn't chase. All right, Donna Wilson arrives, victim's sister and Carmen's aunt. Oh, here's Donna. All right, so let's take a look. She's got a red car. We've got her license plate. Now remember, this is the night after, the morning after. So she's wearing a whole new outfit. We've got some other cars in the scene. All right. Angela's sister arriving at the scene, Donna Wilson. She's a WC student. 20 years old, was rushing and upset. Of course, rushed straight to Carmen as soon as she was in sight. Here's Donna comforting Carmen. I don't know. This Aunt Donna. Okay, so there's a shirt under her tracksuit. Let's just keep an eye on that. She's sitting in the back of a ambulance, it looks like. There's Carmen. Change of clothes. Everyone's got a change of clothes, I guess. No marks on her. Carmen Justice and her Aunt Donna Wilson. Pictured at the back of the ambulance after reuniting, Carmen was sobbing as Donna tried to comfort her. I only photographed and did not approach in this moment. Utterly heartbreaking. Okay, here it is, 7:11 a.m. So these are all taking place in close proximity. Now, here's Ray Barlow, the CSI photographer. What is he looking at? It looks like there's some smoke or something. What is this? Is that him smoking or what? Okay, brick house, 719. Got his little tie-dyed shirt on. Nothing jumps out here. There's the neighbors. Looks like maybe someone's looking out the window. I can't quite tell. Nothing jumps out here, though. Ray Barlow, CSI photographer, caught him smoking on the back porch of Angela's house. When later questioned, he claimed to have just needed a few moments to capture his composure. I see. So maybe the CSI was not doing a great job. That's why we're going to spot something they missed. Don't see anything missing in this shot. See a little bottle of beer or something on the table, but that's not going to qualify as missing something important. Oh, here's the whole CSI team. Okay, a little bit of Photoshop going on here, but let's see what we've got here. This guy's looking at his phone. This guy's carrying out what looks like a telescope. Here's our guy just chilling. There's the sheriff. He's talking to someone. They got a little barbecue. Back door or front door, don't know, but it looks fine. No one's broken into it. Looks like no one's broken into the windows. Investigators from left to right. Alvarez, the team leader. Jesse Winston, the sheriff. Denise Sanderson, forensics. Ray Barlow, the photographer. Jason Driver, weapons and ballistics. The unit appears to be strong, experts in different fields. Sheriff Winston has never dealt with such a high-profile murder before. Hopefully, combined effort will bring the killer to justice. So at the time, they don't know it's going to go unsolved. I do notice this telescope, though. Now, what does this box say? Anything we can read? Does it say like property of the police, or is it something else? It looks like it says items for something. Maybe items for crime scene analysis or something. It's definitely a telescope, though. Why are they taking a telescope out of the house? Evelyn Elam, and then there's a sheriff in the background. 8:06 a.m. So I've only been there for an hour and a half or so in the morning. Let's see what Evelyn had to say. She's the owner of Whitney Camera Supply, organized the vigil for Angela, gave her my number and email address. She'll update me with specific info to put in the paper. I asked why she felt the need to do so much, and she said, Angela was an angel who is doing it all for everyone. She deserves to have her soul respected and her family cared for as they grieve. Tragedy is devastating, but what we do in the aftermath makes a difference. I just hope Carmen can recover from so much loss. All right, it's a little creepy. An angel who deserves to have her soul respected. Okay. I don't know what she's doing at the crime scene. Like, yeah, I get it. She organized the vigil, but this is the morning after the crime. What is she doing here? Okay, they're having a vigil already by the afternoon? They just discovered the body. All right, well, there's Angela's Whitney camera supply, which is where these photos came from. The first set of photos. That was quick vigil. Okay, here's another car driving by, a little red car. There's the law office where the mother practiced, and right next door is the camera shop. Who are you wondering if it is? Let's see what we got here. Vigil organized by Evelyn Elam, steady turnout of community members. Sheriff Jesse Winston was present for a portion of the vigil. Is he paying respects or hoping to spot a regretful killer? Well, it is true that killers often show up at vigils and graveyards and stuff to spend time with the victim. Don't see anyone poking out of any windows. I do see this red car, though. That's not this car, is it? Black frame on the window. Guess the sister wouldn't need an excuse to come by. She'd just come by. 2:32 p.m. They're already having the vigil. Okay, let's see. Vigil organized. All right, that's what we were looking at already. All right, let's see if we can't spot our killer coming to the memorial, the funeral. Okay, so funeral's 6 days later. There looks like little Karen. There's Aunt Donna. There's some little childhood friend, another childhood friend, other people. Many community members were in attendance. Sheriff Jesse Winston investigating Angela's murder, Diego Alvarez, the CSI team lead, and all of Whitney City Council. Deep sadness hung in the air. Carmen did not speak a word. The entire funeral was heart-wrenching, poor darling. Yeah. I bet. Can't say anything that's jumping out at me in any of these photos so far. So we're told about the sheriff and Diego Alvarez is here, including the city council. I wonder if the other candidate is here. Do you notice one of these being the... Oh, maybe that's what you were saying. Dooley was the other candidate. So that's what the other candidate looks like. She wears glasses and she's blonde young girl. So I guess I don't see her here, not wearing glasses. Here, hard to say. All right, well, nothing jumps out at me here as being suspicious. Let's hope we have better luck in the evidence. All right, so in the evidence, we have a little magnifying glass. Now, last time we played Unsolved Case Files Sandra Ivy, I said, we don't need that. But in fact, we did need that. So why don't we take an early little break here? You've seen the 2 stacks of photos. We've got one more major stack of photos. Hopefully we'll find some clue they missed. And then we've got other envelopes to open. But we'll take an early break, give you time to leave. If you think this game is interesting enough that you might want to play it yourself, go pick it up on Amazon. You can watch this video afterwards. For those of you who are going to stick around with me for the rest of it, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We are about to go through the crime scene photos by the CSI Crime Scene Investigative Department or Unit. And we're going to try to spot what they missed, something they've missed. That's what we've been given as our first assignment. What did the CSI team miss? The major detail overlooked by investigators. So this should jump out at us. We've got photos and we've got documents. All right, let's go through the photos first. Derek says, I've seen this case in another video. Can't give you hints or clues. Okay, please do not give us clues. Do not give us hints. I think we should be able to get this done by ourselves. Let's see. Okay, here's Carmen's bedroom. Yikes. So morning after, 6:32 a.m., this is one of the police officers, the CSI investigators, comforting the daughter who's still there on scene. 6:32 a.m. So let's match that up. So here is the journalist arrived on scene 6:42 a.m. This is a little bit before there. I see we've got the father, picture of the father. Let's see who's commenting on these photos. The sheriff. Carmen was in her mother's bedroom, hiding under the bed when I first got there. I tried to coax her out, but she ran into her bedroom, sat down on that pink rug, and wouldn't budge. None of my training had prepared me for this. This photo captures the moment when CSI tech Denise Sanderson helped me get Carmen calmed down so I could get her to the EMTs. Okay, anything suspicious in the bedroom? Not really. Other than it doesn't look like she slept in the bed. So the murder, the police clearly haven't gotten there until the morning. It's not that they're investigating in the morning and the murder was, they were called out to the murder last night because he's just got there trying to get the daughter out. So they must have discovered the body at, in the morning. But what does the neighbor say? Because the neighbor heard a scream. When did he hear the scream? Heard screams, called the sheriff. Am I wrong that she was killed the previous night? Maybe hear the daughter screaming. All right, we're going to hear all about it in a minute. Let's just keep going. Maybe I'll bring these over here. Okay, one at a time. Killer's entry back door. So they think the killer came through the back door. All right, now we've got our first little piece of evidence here. Looks like they punched from the outside the glass through. Then they could have reached up and unlocked the deadbolt. Okay. Glass on the inside, that's consistent. Smashed through, reached up, unlocked the door. Some toys. Okay. Nothing wrong about that scene that I can see. Killer's point of entry, back door of the home. When I first arrived, the front door was locked, so I went around. The door on the back porch was ajar when I arrived. Broken glass found on inside of the home. No evidence pulled from door to identify a suspect. So they doesn't say whether they got fingerprints, but it seems to imply that they couldn't pull any fingerprints. Anything odd about this? A little bit. Like, why is it so low down? Why have you not broken... Why have you not broken this window? That seems a little odd. It's a little unnaturally low. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, there's our victim. Angela Justice. Let me put these over here. Okay, ouch. That's pretty brutal. Stabbed in the stomach with one of what looks like her kitchen knives. All right, so we've got some interesting things here. Got no blood on the right hand, lots of blood on the left hand. That's a little odd. Looks like maybe a tattoo or something on the wrist. That's a little odd though that you would have blood on your left hand, even if you're if you're right-handed, that would be very odd. But even if you're right-handed, it's pretty strange that you have that much blood on your left hand and not on your right. I mean, someone stabs you, you reach down. You could be trying to defend yourself with your right hand while you're reaching down with your left, but then you'd have all kinds of defensive marks on your right hand. You're not defending yourself. You would think both hands would go to your wound. She's in her socks and her pajamas. She was obviously sleeping or getting ready for bed. She seems to be wearing the same pajamas as the little girl, matching set here. Angela was found in her bedroom. Smaller injuries were present aside from the stab wound. Looks like she tried to fight back. She had Carmen hidden under her bed. Did she wait for the killer in the room? Did she leave and come back to this room? Signs of a struggle, but no substantial evidence left behind. Why not? All right, so we understand now that the daughter and the mother were in the mother's bedroom, daughter hiding under her bed. When they come to get the daughter, she runs into her bedroom, but didn't sleep there, apparently. Maybe was sleeping within the mother's bedroom. And we can't see it. Maybe this is a bruise, defensive wound bruise or something. We're told that there are other smaller injuries. So yeah, maybe that is a bruise on her wrist. That would be a little more consistent with fighting off an attacker with your dominant hand while you're holding your... Okay. Next up, covering the body. All right, so here we are in the mother's bedroom. I don't know what they're doing here. Mother's bed behind them. He's got the knife in a bag here. We're now at 6:52 a.m. There's looks like a photo of, I don't know, family members. No obvious blood on the bed. There's the knife that's been bagged. Let's see what we've got here. CSI team collecting evidence from the scene left to right. Jason Driver, Diego Alvarez, Denise Sanderson. Those are the CSI members. Alvarez is the team lead and sets assignments. Says this is one of the best units around. We chatted about service days a bit. Gave me his personal number to reach him for the case. This is the sheriff talking. Okay. I can see he may be the team lead, but he doesn't have gloves on like the rest of them. Where are his gloves? He shouldn't be messing around with the scene without gloves. Okay. Next up, here he is again, without glove, touching stuff. At least he's using something to hold this up. All right, so there's the photo. It's the mother and the daughter. Where is the blood? It's all around her, no blood anywhere else. Daughter was hiding under the bed. She's got a nice big open bedroom. Daughter hiding under the bed. Bed definitely looks slept in. Angela's bedroom was left undisturbed. Aside from her body, the killer never saw or noticed little Carmen under the bed. Did the killer leave in a hurry, maybe accomplished what they came for, so left quickly after? Or murder was unintentional and killer fled the scene in shock? Certainly doesn't seem like a robbery. Go into someone's bedroom, stab them. I don't see anything odd about this scene. I don't know what this guy is doing. What is this guy looking at? He's looking at some white little... No, he's looking at a hair with his bare hands or something. Why is he touching things with his bare hands? Okay. Here they are in the storage room. Okay, there's the father, a decorated service member. Crime scene photographer's reflection is being shown in the mirror. I guess he's taking a photo of something. This stuff here. It's all neatly packed up except for this box, which looks like it's fallen on the ground open. Here's the telescope they're taking. It's on a tripod, so presumably it was standing here, maybe looking out the window or something. This guy is noticing that this guy was a Green Beret or something. He's looking at his service photos. Huh. Okay, let's look. Extra storage room also appears to be a memorial room to the late husband or father. Smells a bit musty. Items from the Craigslist ad were in a box and are now spilled onto the floor. Killer was after something specific. All 5 items from Craigslist ad are still there. Okay, so it's going to turn out they posted a Craigslist ad and maybe we've got someone breaking in to steal those items, including the telescope. He says all the items from the Craigslist ad are still there. What? And then is there some significance to us seeing the photographer? Let's see if we can't find that ad in the rest of the documents. All right, let's take a little break from photographs and see if we can't. All right, so here's a snippet of a newspaper reporting on the murder. Mayoral candidate Angela Justice killed during home invasion. 4-year-old daughter witnesses her mother's murder. Donna Wilson comforts her niece Carmen at the ambulance. We've seen that photo. Tragedy struck in the early morning hours of July 15, 2007. Lawyer and beloved mayoral candidate Angela Justice was tragically murdered in her home. Her 4-year-old daughter Carmen witnessed it all. Charles Taylor, a neighbor of the Justices, called Sheriff Jesse Winston upon hearing screams coming from their house. I thought I was hearing things, but then I knocked repeatedly on the front door. There was no response. I called the sheriff. Poor Angela, poor little Carmen. Mr. Taylor was too emotional to continue the interview. At the crime scene, Sheriff Jesse Winston provided a brief statement. Initial inspection suggests a failed robbery. It appears the killer may have targeted Angela using personal information she shared on the internet. No suspects have been identified yet, but we'll keep you updated. There's a picture of Angela. After a long pause, the sheriff added, for anyone left with concerns, rest assured that Whitney County is as safe as ever. We have strong reason to believe the killer's intent was not murder. As the community waits on the edge of their seats, this journalist's heart remains cautious, knowing you only get one shot to collect evidence at a crime scene. Will this CSI team be able to get what's needed? Neighbors gathered as the investigation unfolded. Some were left speechless, others took action. Evelyn Elam, owner of Whitney Camera Supply, quickly organized a vigil for Angela outside her law office on Main Street. Elam shared, "It's devastating for the family and the community. The only people in Whitney who didn't like Angela are the ones she bested in the courtroom. Everyone else loved her. I'm glad I could help organize the vigil she deserves." Angela Justice was a 32-year-old Whitney native who returned after studying law at Washington University in St. Louis. She made a life here with her late husband, Derek Justice, and their daughter, Carmen. Derek died 2 years ago in 2005 during a service deployment overseas. With Angela's passing, Carmen is now left without either of her parents. Angela's funeral will be held Saturday, July 21st at Whitney Cemetery. Stay tuned for additional details and information. Okay, so it sounds like they were killed early in the morning on the 15th. Okay, what have we got? Ads for fishing contest, an ad for a tavern. And here we have Vicky Dooley. Don't vote for justice. And here's our 5-day weather forecast. Okay. In light of our community's devastating loss, some upcoming events have been rescheduled or modified. Here's what's coming up. Whitney's bass fishing contest will remain scheduled at its current time and location. Sheriff Winston, who is a big sponsor of the event, may or may not be in attendance owing to the current murder investigation. Bring your best gear, show up on time as the competition begins promptly as scheduled. The mayoral election has been postponed until further notice. Whitney City Council will hold an emergency meeting today where they will decide on how to proceed with the election. In the meantime, they ask that everyone pay their respects and continue to have patience in these difficult times. All previously scheduled community activities on the afternoon of July 21st have been rescheduled. Angela Justice's funeral is set to take place that afternoon and will be open to the public. In order to ensure anyone who wants to pay their respects can, City Council has decided to reschedule all afternoon youth and community activities for the following morning. Please visit the announcements section on City Hall's website for more information. At the moment, these are the only updates we have for changes in scheduling. Further updates will run in the paper and also be posted on the community announcements page. So the only thing that could be significant for us is if it rains and you would track dirt in. But this is posted after the murder, so we don't know what the weather was like on the day she was killed. But that would be a bit interesting if there was a murder and he came in the back and didn't track dirt. I don't know any reason why we would think that, though. Okay, so no mention, though, of the Craigslist ad I thought we were going to get. I guess we'll just have to keep our eye open for this. But apparently there was a Craigslist ad for items, and they think maybe someone broke in for them. Reasonable. Okay, continuing on with our photo evidence. We've got this big photo. Angela Justice for Whitney County Mayor. Okay, so here was one of her election ads. Okay. They both like their nail polish. Nothing else jumps out. Okay, what have we got here? Aha. Lots of stuff on this refrigerator. All right, so there's the knives, and you can see it looks like one is missing. We might compare this to the photo from the day. Yeah. So if we look, you can see it looks like a row of 3, one missing. And here we've got a row of 4. So we've got, sorry, column of 4, column of 4. But in the CSI photo, we've got one missing. And here it is right there the night before. So whoever stabbed her, it looks like they used the knife from the kitchen knife block. Okay. Lots of stuff on this refrigerator, including a calendar. Okay, what have we got here? We could get out the microscope if we need to. All right, well, we'll study this. We'll look more closely at this. Court hearing, splash park, election day, show and tell at the school, vacation, Judge Collins meeting, client, new client. So where's our day of, there's the debate right there in the 14th, right there. So there's the debate. Fireworks, don't see anything else all that important. Looks like she canceled vacation. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Could someone have thought she would be out of town? Now, what's up here? Don't forget, it says deposition on Alexander case move to Wednesday. Debate prep on the something at 3 p.m. Call Casey back to confirm pickup. Call Casey Frank back to confirm pickup. Frank application due next Friday. Pre-K application due next Friday. Who's KC Frank? Is that someone who said they wanted to buy the items? Interesting. Justice family's fridge covered in the typical items one might find on a refrigerator. To-do list, a monthly calendar, drawings from Carmen, magnets, miscellaneous. Looks like the vacation they planned for this weekend was canceled for the mayoral debate. That is intriguing. Let's take a look at these drawings and make sure we're not missing anything important. What have we got here? Sun, cat, butterfly. And here, and here. Nothing jumping out. I like the idea, though, that they've canceled their vacation and someone thought they'd be on vacation. Although, if it was someone in the town, you'd think they'd know about the debate. Okay, and we know the knife that was used. All right, let's keep going here. All right, here's the home office they're taking a look at. All right, so boxes are labeled. Law books. Justice for Mayor signs. Justice yard signs. Campaign postcards. Posts. So she's got law books and she's got stuff for her. Are they moving? She's got stuff for her mayoral stuff. And then when we notice them carrying out stuff, when we notice them carrying out that telescope, what were they? That was the journalist photo. What did that box say? Items for Craigslist? I think that box said items for Craigslist. All right, we're coming back to that. That's certainly a high, heavy candidate for us. All right, let's see what else we can spot in this. In this photo here. Husband's medals. What is in this bag that he's collected? Is that a camera? And what are they doing? Looking at some sheets of paper. Environmental law. Looks like she was studying. Okay, nothing jumps out weird here. I don't know if they looked in the trash. Is that a camera that he's collected? That's my only question. Maybe we can get a better look at this. Kind of looks like a photoshopped camera. I think that is a camera. Does it say? Yes. Okay. Angela's home office. Craigslist ad was found on the desk. An assortment of boxes, nothing else much to note. Room appears undisturbed. Okay. Oh, here's the Craigslist ad. All right, let's take a look. Yes, it was a camera and it was a telescope. All right, let's take a closer look at this. Personal items for sale in Whitney. I have a beautiful collection. I have a handful of eclectic items for sale that used to belong to my late husband. I would like to find a good home for each of these items by the end of the month. She's got a baseball bat autographed by Ozzie Smith, a Yashica Lynx 5000 camera, a fishing reel, a Marine Corps Semper Fidelis flask, and a telescope. She says where it can be picked up, except for July 14th to 15th when I will be out of town. There you go. So there's the working theory. She said she was going to be out of town and someone broke in to steal them while she was going to be out of town. Now, what has she crossed off here? Considering trade. It's a phone number of someone. Considering trade. Whose name is that that's crossed off? We've got their phone number, 636 some 5 something something. Looks like it could be Harry or something. So someone has called and said they're considering a trade, it looks like. But most importantly, we found on her list here that call Casey Frank back to confirm pickup. It sounds like someone wanted to buy it. Wanted to buy these things. I do like our theory about they thought she was going to be gone. All 5 items are still in the house. But a robber doesn't just stab someone in their bedroom. Could get spooked though. Okay, printed out ad found lying on Angela's keyboard. This classified ad is essentially a roadmap for premeditated robbery. She lists her home address, dates she'll be out of town, and has photos of the valuable items sitting in her home waiting to be sold. So police have come to the same conclusion that the chat did, that they thought she would be away for vacation and they tried to break in. Note to self for later, work with community center to host internet safety class course seminar. All right, but obviously there's something that CSI missed. We haven't found that yet. Unless it was the name of the persons who have called about the items. All right, we only have 2 more pieces of items to look at before we have to find something that the CSI missed. Here's the coroner's report. Approximate time of death, 5 a.m. Hours post-mortem, 6.5. I guess it's saying by the time they did this exam, it was 11:30 a.m. Okay, she's got a stab wound, and then she's got a bruise on her wrist, which we did notice, but she's also got a gash on the side of her face and bruising. That gash is not this, is it? Surely you wouldn't mistake a little bit of paint for a gash, because obviously that's paint. Just in a strikingly similar place. Oh, that's Aunt Donna. That's not the mom. Thank you. Okay. All right. Not pregnant, not on medication, doesn't have any illness. Internal bleeding caused by single 8-inch deep stab wound led to rapid shutdown of bodily organs and systems causing death. So you grab her by the wrist and stab her. How does she get the gash and bruising? We don't know. Contusion of the occipital lobe of the brain. Someone hit her hard. Skull imprint indicates impact was from a hard, even surface. Okay, so maybe she fell down. 2-inch gash to the victim's right cheek. That's a little odd. Like, how do you cut someone on their cheek on the left side when you're stabbing them on the right side? This is, you're right-handed, stabbing them in the chest. I guess you could go like this, but it would be pretty odd to cut someone from that angle. You're right-handed. 2-inch gash to the victim's right cheek. Maybe she got that when she fell. Cut is shallow but steady. Hard to determine what could have caused this. Okay, maybe it's not from a knife. Maybe it's from falling. We know she must have only gotten stabbed in the bedroom. Otherwise, there'd be blood elsewhere. So we might look in the bedroom again to see what she could have hit her head on. Bruising around the victim's right wrist. Pattern consistent with being gripped by an assailant. Okay, and either non-dominant hand, yeah, possibly. Bruising under and within the victim's left eye socket. Punched. Unclear what caused this. Maybe incidental contact during the struggle. Punched or fell. Stab pierced through part of her large intestine and kidney, which caused a shutdown response from the body. Death would have occurred very quickly. Victim tested for commonly abused illicit prescription drugs. Results came back negative. Okay. Here's where they close the report. All right, let's see if there's a mistake here. Signed off on by the CSI. They've closed it without conviction. They closed it 2 weeks after the murder. I think it all happened around 5 a.m. Botched robbery. Victim listed items for sale, put her address on the web. Daughter witnessed the murder, too young to provide reliable information. Evidence was insufficient in garnering leads. They do have a witness. They don't have suspects. They do have a motive. Killer entered through the back door, smashed the window. Victim defended herself from the attacker, suffered a single fatal stab to the abdomen from a knife that came from the victim's own kitchen. Daughter witnessed the murder while hiding under the bed. No suspects found. Even with a thoroughly investigated crime scene, the killer left no trace. Evidence is the knife, the fishing reel, the old camera, the flask, the telescope, and the baseball bat. That's the evidence collected. Without hard evidence linking to a suspect, it's impossible to identify one. The victim put her address on the web with photos of valuable items she had within her home. The killer could be anyone with internet access. So I guess on the face of it, it looks like what we would claim is that the CSI missed 2 things. First of all, this caller who was interested. And second of all, this list mentioning someone was going to pick up the items. To me, it seems like when we ask what the CSI team missed, when you find the major detail, it feels like it's one or both of these. Let me have another look at this one. How do we know this guy is about the Craigslist stuff? Call Casey Frank back to confirm pickup. Casey Frank. Do you have any reason to know that name? And what about this name? Nothing here telling us who Casey Frank is. All right. Well, this definitely seems like something missed, because I'm not sure I would call it CSI missed it, but I guess so. They basically missed that we've got some potential suspects for the Craigslist ad, which we think is who came in. Let's see. Grabbing a knife from the kitchen suggests the murder was not premeditated. That's a good catch. Is the knife the same one that matches the set in the kitchen? Sure, seems like it is to me. Why would you burgle at 5 a.m. when there's a risk folks might be up or around? The killer was after something related to the husband's military career, not the item for sale, though. It wasn't taken. Something else missing in the trophy room. That's a good theory. Was there film in the camera? I can kind of see Casey written under the scribble, but that might be me seeing things. Well, that would be awfully nice if it's the same. Casey Frank is the same. All right, so let's do a couple of things then. We're going to see if we can't figure out what name is written on there and see if it isn't KC. Then we've got two consistent names wanting the items. And there's some interest in seeing if we can more positively identify the knife, and then maybe see if we can't. So we're going to look at the knife. We're going to look at the names, and then the idea that they stole something else from the husband's trophies, we might look at that. I think you could make a case in terms of, if you ask, like, why break in at 5 a.m.? You've got a dilemma if you're a robber, right? It's the classic dilemma. If you go at 3 a.m. in the dark, you're less likely to be seen. But the flip side of that is, if you are seen at 3 a.m., then you look like a criminal. Whereas if you're just walking around in some neighborhood at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., you just look like someone up for an early morning walk or whatever. But I guess we might consider the other wounds too. All right, let's do one thing at a time. First, let's see if we can't make the microscope work for us. This microscope was purchased after the last Unsolved Case Files we played, when it became clear that we needed a way to look more closely at things. So let's see if we can't get this to work for us. All right, here we go. Microscope. All right, and it's backwards. All right, let's see. So here we are examining the note here. Call KC Frank back to confirm pickup. All right, so that's for sure the name there. KC Frank. Okay, now let's see if we can't figure out what name is here. What does that look like to you? Okay, it doesn't look like Casey to me, but now on closer look, it looks like it's Harold to me. Yes, it's Harold. Okay. And then we have a phone number, which looks like 636. And then 5, 5. Looks like maybe 5, 5, 6. Dot, dot, dot. All right. So considering trade. All right. And then we've got the camera. Camera wasn't taken. Now let's see, let's say Rob was right about the camera. Then what would you expect? If they took the film, then it would have to be out of its case. In case you don't know, in case you can't see very well, the way this old camera would work is it's in a little leather case that goes around your neck. So it's sitting in this case. You might imagine that if someone did take the film out of it, then we shouldn't see it in its case here. And is that true? I don't know how we can see that. I don't think we can see well enough to know whether it's in its case. It's a fun idea, though. It's a fun idea that it might not be in its case, but it sure looks like we can't tell. And you're saying in the other picture of it, it's just sitting there in its case. Okay, so it's definitely was not moved from its case. Doesn't look like it was taken from this box. But why is this box knocked over? Isn't that a little odd? Like it looks like someone might have been looking for stuff in this room. Why isn't my camera zooming out? It kind of looks like someone came in that room and knocked it over. Right? Is there anything else in there? There's the military flask that says Semper Fi. There's the bat. There's the camera. There's the fishing reel and the telescope the guy is looking at himself. They're boxing it all up. No, this is not the same camera used to take photos. That's Aunt Donna's camera. This is just an old camera that he had. But it is an interesting idea. On the other hand, he was killed 2 years ago while serving overseas, so I don't think we have any reason to suspect foul play. And clearly, so here's another little clue. This bat obviously wasn't closed up in this box. So and no, she wasn't hit with this bat, right? No blood on the bat. This does say items for Craigslist. So anyway, this box couldn't have been closed up with the bat in it. So maybe this was just sitting out here and it got knocked over, maybe even by one of these CSI people. I don't see anything missing from the wall. I don't see anything obviously missing here. Yeah, the CSI guy is using a camera that looks similar. Okay, but clearly to me, it seems like the names are and the phone numbers are the key ones that they missed. But let us now answer the other question about whether the knife is the knife from the kitchen. So we've seen the pictures of the knife. Let's zoom in and see if we can't definitively. It seems fairly clear to me that it's the same knife. Okay, so there's the knife there sticking out of her. Can we take a moment to appreciate that I tried to redeem myself after we played a game where we couldn't see something because it was too small. We played an Unsolved Case Files. We couldn't see so small. That's when I went out and got this microscope. All right, so we can see the handle of the knife. And where's our knife block? Where is our knife block when it's not been disturbed? Okay, so we think that that knife is that bottom knife here. The bottom knife. So it's got 3 rivets in the handle and a full tang blade. And then we can see that it's missing from here. Don't see the rivet. There's the 3 rivets. I can't see them on the left, but okay. And then here we have the 3 rivets. So that is for sure the same knife. All right. So have we covered all the items we said we wanted to double check? We checked the husband's trophies in that room. We checked the names. We've got 2 of them. But this is our main one because KC Frank might just be to pick up the other boxes. May have nothing to do with Craigslist, but here is our Craigslist. Okay, and we checked the knife. So it seems to me fairly straightforward that the big item that they missed was the name on the Craigslist. It's not mentioned here. They didn't collect it. They didn't find any suspects. So to me, it's fairly straightforward that the answer to this question is that they missed the name of someone who was interested in the Craigslist items. However, the chat is running rampant with speculation. Based on what we have so far, I think it was Don who broke in and took the film. That was the same undeveloped film that Carmen found in the secret drawer. That old camera she was selling of her husband's is probably wasn't used to take the photo. It's probably a different camera. So I agree. That doesn't seem likely, although we could reread this if we're not clear about where she got those photos from. She says doing 2 weeks ago, I found a roll of undeveloped film. They're all from the day before my mom's murder. But if you think that this camera was used to take those photographs, that would be a little odd. Like, why is she selling the camera that she's currently using? That doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that this is an older camera and she has a newer camera that she's using to take her photos. And she would have inherited. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, so but there could be lots of little weird things here. We don't understand how she got all her bruises. We don't understand why if she's got carpeting, how she hit her head so hard if someone didn't hit her. But it seems to me that the main thing missing is that they didn't find the name of a suspect. So we're going to go to this website here, and we're going to see what 2 items are needed to identify the key detail the CSI team missed. What 2 items? So this is the traditional way that Unsolved Case Files work, and I love it, which is it gives you a list of every single piece of evidence we have, and it's asking us to identify them. So how would we pick 2 items? So I claim that one of them is the Craigslist ad pic from the CSI. But what would the other one be? Like I'm sort of not I'm not convinced that the refrigerator note is important, but would you say it's these 2? Or am I on the wrong trail here? It's just that if you ask me what 2 details did the CSI team miss, that's what I would say. I would say the Craigslist ad and possibly the refrigerator. But I couldn't swear to you that the refrigerator note was even about the Craigslist ad. So I'm not sure about that one. And this one seems to say that there's one detail that they missed and 2 items that connect that one detail. I mean, surely it has to be the name and phone number of the Craigslist. It has to be, because that's like an obvious thing you would follow up. And they're very explicit about the fact that they had no suspects. So it has to be that this Craigslist note here. But then what would accompany this? Is it just written poorly? The major detail overlooked, and it's asking what key detail did they overlook? What 2 items? It's a little ambiguous. Like, should we be saying it's the Craigslist ad and this, which proves to us that they didn't follow up on it? Like, is that what we should be saying? Like, here's this and here's this that proves they didn't follow up on it? Or should we be saying, here's the 2 possible suspects? So it sounds like the group is saying thinks it's this option, that it's the ID of the person who is interested in the items, and this one which confirms that they didn't follow up on this suspect. So we're saying you think now that it's these two items. It's a little ambiguous about what it's asking for, but sounds like the group is happy with this set. It'll tell us if we're wrong. The refrigerator note is very ambiguous. It says KC for pickup. So she's got all these other boxes. So maybe he's picking up the other boxes or picking up. Do we know anything about any KC? Like, was her friend's house with the balloons, KC? Like the kid's house. Maybe she's talking about picking up her kid. Carmen, K. Like, is there someone else that would tell us that KC is not involved in our case? It looks like there's some real disagreement here in the chat. To me, the name is an obvious detail. To me, it's obvious that it's this one. Obvious to me, it's this one. Because it's so explicit about no suspects were found based on the collected evidence. To me, that's crazy because their theory of the case is that a Craigslist ad brought in the killer. So that's obvious. The less obvious thing is if it's this, what else is it? I guess our theory is if it's this, if I'm sure it's this, then it has to be this one. But all right, let's give it a try. If it's wrong, we'll go with our follow-up. All right, here we go. What about the canceled vacation? They didn't miss the canceled vacation. We're trying to find things that the CSI team missed. What two items identify the key detail that the team missed? All right, so they figured out that she canceled her trip. They figured out, that's their theory. Their theory is the same as the group. All right, so I'm going to try to click check answer and see what happens. Ready? Here we go. What? 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 Neither of the items? All right. Well, the plot thickens. All right, it's time for us to take a break. We'll come back and we'll take another fresh look at the case. Very interesting. 8 minutes. We are back. We've failed in our first attempt to answer the question, which is wonderful because better that it be too hard than too easy. I have a theory. I have a meta theory about what's gone wrong. I mean, I do think that name that we found on the Craigslist ad feels like it's going to be important and should count as the answer, but it's not. I think maybe the game has something different in mind, but here's what I think the game has in mind now. I think we should be looking for something that's missing in a scene that CSI didn't notice. So I'm thinking that it might be something that we've got a photo of in the house that's missing, maybe. Like we've got photos taken the day before the murder, and then the photos taken the next morning. And I wonder if we can't spot something that's changed or missing. So at first I was thinking, okay, this is missing, but this is the front door. But we are told where these things are. Is this in her bedroom? Doesn't say. I just wonder if what we should be looking for is something that's changed. Like this is clearly her bedroom. There's her animal. There's her animal. Here's the night. Here's the morning after. Here's the morning before. Nothing jumps out as being different here. There's the bookshelf. I mean, it just looks the same to me. It doesn't look like anything has changed here. But this is the kind of thing I would expect to be looking for. There's the animal. There's the other side of the bookshelf. It looks the same. Is that the back of the house? We're always stopping to take photos. So these two actually look the same to me. I don't see anything different. There's the window behind them. All looks the same. Oh, here's another photo. Okay. You don't think it's the knife? No, surely. Surely it's not about the knife being missing. Did they not notice that? Because that matches my meta theory that we should be looking for something that's changed. Where does CSI think the knife came from? Is that what it's wanting us to prove, that the knife came from the house? Did they not notice that? Where's them bagging the knife? Here he is bagging the knife. Well, there's the knife. Does it say anything on it that we should care about? Murder weapon recovered from body. Boy, those just freaking out there. Bedroom murder weapon recovered from body. Where do they conclude anything about the knife? Let's see. Let's see if they do conclude anything about the knife. Botched robbery. Killer entered through back door, smashed window. Victim defended herself. No, they figured out it came from the kitchen. So that's not it. They did figure out it came from the kitchen. Huh. Interesting. All right. We've already confirmed it is the knife. Where's our back door? We don't have any other view from the inside of the back door, huh? Hmm. I really thought we were going to spot something. Something. I really thought we were going to end up spotting something in the house before, the night before, that is different in the crime scene that they didn't spot. Reminds me of one of my favorite movies, Seven. Go watch Seven. There's a cool scene where he's trying to figure out what's different. Hmm. What did the CSI team miss? So there's something in one of the CSI team photos or in their report that they missed. Some detail they missed. some detail they missed. You could claim that it was this to-do list, but then what would the second item be? It can't be the knife block because we know they did identify that. It's not these toys on the ground. Why would that be significant? What is this thing? Oh, that's just a grating for the heat. Anything in this scene that they've missed? You may want to read the back of these cards again. So he's looking at a hair. They're looking under the bed. The girl said she hid under the bed. That's consistent. There is space under there for her. I don't know what these people are doing, but I don't see anything inconsistent about this room. I don't have another view of this room either. So like, even if you saw something they missed, let's say you saw something here that they didn't know, you'd have to somehow connect it with some other item in our set. That's why it feels like, isn't it more likely that it's two photos we have to combine? It's a little odd that he's carrying around this camera in this photo, not like, why is he walking around with the camera in the Angela's office instead of in the storage room? Is he just walking next door? Carrying it? I guess the chat is saying the same thing as me. Like, why is there... He's got what looks like this camera here. Why is he... It seems like this guy is bagging the stuff and he's just walking into this room. Maybe they're connected. We might have to reread these. Items from Craigslist were in a box. They're now spilled into the floor. The killer was after something specific. All 5 items from Craigslist ad are still here. I like the idea that it was the camera. Is it possible that it's a different camera? Surely not. Surely this game is not trying to tell us that we're supposed to recognize. Where's our Craigslist at? Like, we're not supposed to think that these are different cameras, right? No, surely not. They're the same camera. That's the same camera for sure. 100% for sure. Everything looks the same, right? Because if one of these items has been swapped, that would be it. That would be substantial, wouldn't it? But it looks to me like they're all the same, right? I mean, the telescope is the same. The camera is surely the same. The flask looks the same. The reel looks the same with the red. And the bat sure looks the same to me. Doesn't it? Like, here's the bat. Like, I don't see how. I mean, is the bat different? Like, look, here's the circle. Here's the, come on, guys. Here's the circle. Here's the circle. And here's the signature. And here the signature will be covered up, right? But then look at this. And look at this. A little odd, isn't it? Let's get out the microscope. That's a little odd. Boy, that's really subtle. Like, look at the end of this bat. It's got like a square writing. You're right, Elaine. We already know the ad is not one of the items, so it cannot be this. Well, that's a very good point. Okay. I'm losing a little bit of faith in this game. Can we take a look at the picture of the body covered up? Sure. there's two pictures of the body being covered up. Remember, we're looking for proof that the CSI team missed something major. There's something in the scene that the CSI team missed. They didn't collect, they didn't flag, etc. The smoker picture, I like that. Why have I not seen the smoker picture? Okay. But the smoking picture, yes, let's look. I think that's a great idea to look at these other photos because these I didn't pay as much attention to. Okay, good. So let's go back to my theory that there's something at the scene that's different. So the question is, we'd have to find something. Is this at their house? That's different brick. We'd have to find something that's... You can't say the bottle. That doesn't work. Because what would be the other picture that we would remark about? We need to find two items to show that they missed it. I don't see what we would show here. Is the smoker at the front or the back? This sure looks like the back door to me. Yeah, this is going to be the back door because you can see that this matches up with back door with the side panels of windows. Whereas the front door looks different, I think. Yeah, the front door has windows on both sides of the door, so this is definitely back door. We may need to reread everything. Think about it, guys. It cannot be two CSI pictures that we're comparing. It has to be something that the CSI picture has and another picture has different for them to have missed it. It can't be a change between two CSI photos. All right, let's go through our pictures again. First of all, let's make sure we're not missing anything. We do have an ad that might, the newspaper article. All right, let's go through our items again. I don't know what else to do. Go through them in reverse order here. Stabbed with knife in stomach. They're all looking at it. There's plenty of blood. She's got her wounds to her wrist and one of her bloody hands. I mean, we're also dealing with imperfection in a game, but like here she is on the hard floor. I guess her floor is hard floor. It looked like it was rug, but no, it's not. It's hard floor. I mean, that's where she hit her head. Okay, found in her bedroom, smaller injuries. She tried to fight back. She had Carmen hidden under the bed. Smart and good mom. Did she wait for killer in the room? Did she leave and come back to this room? Sign of a struggle. No substantial evidence left behind. I mean, I don't see how you leave and come back. If you're bleeding out, you'd have blood everywhere. So she had to have been killed here. This feels like we've got part of this scene. It really feels like it should be these pictures. But we know they did figure out it came from the house. So it's not these two pictures. Let's start building a list of things we want to check. I mean, I guess I would check the refrigerator more with the microscope to see if there's something we missed that we need to understand better. Covered in typical items one might find in a refrigerator, to-do list, monthly calendar, drawings from Carmen Magnet's vacation they planned for this weekend was canceled. We checked the knife. We checked the knife. It just could not be. And unless we're saying that the ones on the left don't have the 3 rivets, that would be insane. No, look at that. See, this is the problem when you're trying to be this subtle. And then you've got these weird inconsistencies where, like, on this picture, they obviously all have 3 rivets, as does the murder weapon. Then you look at this picture and you're like, do they have 3 rivets on the left? It's kind of hard to see. But they kind of look like it's just very faint here. All right. Don't get distracted by questions that aren't relevant to what we're doing now. We're just trying to find out what the CSI team missed. All right, and we're going through our items. Now Rob says the left ones don't have rivets. I really don't. No, I can feel myself getting on tilt now. Okay, she's stabbed with a knife with rivet. If you look at this picture by the CSI team, you look at this, and Rob says, nope, those knives don't have rivets in them on the left. And then if we look at this scene, we can see from this angle, they all clearly have 3 rivets in them. I don't think that's completely unreasonable. Because if I look at this, it's weird from this angle. I don't see them clearly, but you actually can see 3 little rivets here, here, here. I mean, you can see the top rivets. That is so subtle. That is so subtle, and it's also ridiculous because the actual knife she was killed with has rivets. So what possible world can it be that you kill someone with the kitchen knife that you found in the kitchen, and then you replace the 3 knives that you didn't use with other knives? No, that makes no sense. I refuse to believe it. I think it's much more likely that this odd picture here just does not show the rivets very clearly. It just does not make any sense. I just can't entertain it. Let's keep going. She's wearing her socks. She's in her bedroom stuff. Nothing odd about that. They heard a noise. They went in the bedroom of the mother. She's under the bed. She gets killed right here. Left undisturbed, never noticed Carmen under the bed. Did the killer leave in a hurry? Did they accomplish what they came for? Or did they flee the scene in shock? We know this is not one of the items, despite all multiple things. We know this is not one of the items. No, this is not. What did they miss? What did they miss? They're in her office. They're looking at the Craigslist ad. Assortment of boxes, nothing else much to note. Room appears undisturbed. Environmental law books, justice yard signs, justice for mayor, postcards, etc. What might we be looking for? Something that's moved. Something that we have a photograph of the night before, but that's been moved. What does he have in this bag? Empty. And in this thing, he has the telescope. Surely looks like the telescope in the ad, and we know it's not the ad. Okay. Extra storage memorial room smells a bit musty. Items from the Craigslist ad were in a box spilled onto the floor. The killer was after something specific. All 5 items from the Craigslist ad are still here. So, sounds like the killer got in here and couldn't find what they were looking for. What were they looking for? if it wasn't related to the ad, broken in. Front door was locked. I went around. Back porch was ajar. Broken glass found inside. So front door is locked. They get in this way and they go out this way. They leave the door ajar. Here they are carrying stuff out. The broken window is obfuscated. All right, let's take a close look at this scene. What are we missing here? What are we missing? What did the CSI team miss? Carmen was in her mother's bedroom, hiding under the bed. She ran into her bedroom, sat down on the pink rug, and wouldn't budge. Captures the moment when CSI tech Denise Sanderson helped me get Carmen calmed down so I could get her to the EMTs. You guys are coming up with crazy theories, but it has nothing to do with what the CSI team missed. You want to take a look at the knife again in the bag? And what's the what's the issue? Let me move along here. There's the outside of the house. Now, here would be another item. If you could take a picture that we had beforehand of the outside of the house. I don't think we have a picture of outside of the house. So how do we know? What if the Craigslist ad didn't list her real address, but that would mean that it would have to be one of the wrong answer, that this thing would have to be one of them. 215 Cedar Street. Okay, well, it seems to be 215. So she did seem to give her correct address. Here he is smoking, 7:19 a.m. He needed a couple moments to capture his composure. I like the idea that he's stealing the camera, but I like this idea that he's stealing the camera, but how would we? Like, there's the camera. Then this guy bags it up. Or does he bag up a different camera? How are we supposed to see that camera is different? It can't be. This is exactly how I got into myself into trouble with the Sandra Ivy case. 707. Like, could we look at the time frame and find that he is using a different camera than he's got there? Surely not. Surely cannot require us to tell such a difference. Angela's funeral. Carmen doesn't say a word. It's the same Carmen. It's the same girl. I don't see how CSI misses anything here. How this would be of any use to us identifying CSI problems. Okay, they bring out the daughter. The aunt is comforting her. Daughter's not wearing anything. The daughter doesn't have blood on her. Donna, the aunt, doesn't have blood on her. What about here? Does Donna have any blood on her car that CSI didn't notice? Sister arriving at the scene. Sister gets there quick. How does the sister know something's wrong? We don't know. We're just not told. We can't assume anything. Okay. Neighbor, blood on him? No. He seems very calm, but he's upset. Heard screams, called the sheriff. All right. I didn't see anything about those. Now we're going to go back through these. Here she is taking a photo the night before. She doesn't know where they are or who took it. Here's the night of the debate. There's our girl. Is she wearing any jewelry she's missing? It doesn't matter. She could have taken it off when she got home. Vicky Dooley's on the right. Here is a photo from later that day when they went to visit the father. Dressed pretty casually for having a debate that evening. Here they are heading to the party of the daughter. Lots of balloons. Don't see how this is of any help to us. There's our knife block, which sure seems like it's screaming to us that it's a clue. Come on, guys. Oh, come on. Knife block is screaming to us that it's a clue, but it can't possibly be that we're supposed to It can't possibly be the rivets. The knife is clear. The knife that was in her body is clearly got 3 rivets on it, just like all the rest of these. And then one is missing. Can't possibly be the knife issue. They've already identified it as coming from the house. It's clearly the knife from the house. You're not making any sense, Rob. You're not making any sense. What's your theory? They took the knife out of her body, they measured it as 8 inches, and then before they put it in the bag, they swapped it? It doesn't make any sense. Think about it. Isn't it much more likely that the writer of the game wrote 8 inches, but the photo has a knife that's not quite 8 inches? Aunt Donna took this one. Mom made getting ready for the debate really special. She let me do her makeup and help me do mine. It was so much fun. Probably took mine twice as long. So she's putting on her makeup. Here we are at the front door. Aunt Donna has come. There's a sled or an easel that says Lynn. We don't understand what that's about. This is at the front door. Mom asked Aunt Donna to sit with me during the debate. She came over in the morning. She spent the whole day. I was painting. And then here we are in her room. It's one of the rare rooms that we've got a view of before the murder and then after the murder. But looks exactly the same. I mean, it is, it's very odd that Carmen's bed is made up. What does that mean? She wasn't sleeping in her bed? How is that a clue for us? Maybe she just slept in the mother's bed. You guys got to be crazy thinking it's the knife wound, the length of the knife. That's insanity. All right, this channel has gone insane. This channel has gone insane. If you think it's the length of the knife, I'm more inclined to think it's the camera, but okay, well, let me see if I understand the theory of this channel. Let me see if I understand your theory here. Your theory is the coroner comes and says, what? That she's got Where is a single 8-inch deep stab wound led to the shutdown. And your theory is that they arrive, they find the knife sticking out of her stomach, and they pull the knife out and take a photo, and you think that's not an 8-inch knife. Okay. And then you think, what happened? Someone stabbed her with an 8-inch knife, took the knife out, took this new knife, slid it in the wound, so when the police found it, they would find that knife. That's your theory? That the killer brought their own knife, stabbed her with it, then took that knife home, then went in the kitchen, got this shorter knife, and carefully reinserted it into the wound. That is some insane theory. That is some insane theory. You like that theory better than the idea that when they were making this game, the writer wrote here an 8-inch knife, and then when they did the photos, they took this knife that might be 6 inches instead of 8. You think that's less likely? That's insanity. I won't have it. I won't have it. There's a scale on the bag. Well, there's a scale. That makes things a little trickier. It's not labeled, though. You guys gotta be kidding me. It just can't be. It can't be. It does say inches at the bottom. I guess that says, maybe says inches. Elaine Brousseau is saving me. Elaine Brousseau says, look, the person could have pushed it in harder, created an 8-inch wound, or the measurement could be, skin's elastic. I won't have it. I just won't have it. I refuse to put it in. Let me ask, okay. I refuse to accept it, but what 2 items would you put in then? Carmen's letter, you can't just say guess Carmen's letter. You got to say why you think it is. So for the knife people, what's your theory? It can't be. You think it's going to be the autopsy and what? And the picture of the knife in the bag. This is like the JFK bullet theory. These are the 2 items you would want to put in. The fact that this says it's an 8-inch and this is not a picture of an 8-inch knife. That's your theory? All right, I'm going to put this in. Under protest. Under protest. No, that can't be. The camera theory can't be right, but I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, God help us if this is correct. So you think it's the autopsy, coroner's report, and you think it's the CSI picture of Angela's bedroom. There's 2 in Angela's bedroom, right? Covering the body, I guess. So it's, there's a bunch of pictures of them covering the body. Okay, we've got covering the body. Yes, okay, covering the body. All right, these are the 2 things you think it is, huh? God help us if this is the right answer. God help us. I'm scared to enter because I'm going to lose it. Yeah. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to click go. And the moment this says it's correct, I'm going to have to take a little time out here. All right, here we go. Holding the cup so strangely. Okay, we're back. Everything's fine. Look, moments like this remind me how appreciative I am of having this channel to play these games with fellow travelers, because there's a saying that misery loves company, but it's not so much that misery loves company. It's that these games, being able to share them, being able to share the experience, makes the crazy parts enjoyable. Like, it's a little story. We'll remember this moment. If I was playing this myself, if one was playing this solo, that would just be a pure unpleasant experience. This is sort of unpleasant but type 2 fun. All right, let's catch up in the chat. We'll discuss this a little bit, then we'll go read in. Starting from the bottom going up, we are more than a third of the way in. We've seen this kind of phenomena before. We have now studied this stuff so carefully, I think, that the next two objectives are going to go quickly. There's that. There's actually tea in that cup. So I think we are past a third of the way. Now, let's talk about this issue. I mean, the theory of the knife was correct. It says, you did it. You proved someone swapped the murder weapon. The coroner's report said it was an 8-inch stab wound. Yet, if you look at the knife and you look very carefully, it's only a 4-inch long blade. Someone at the crime scene swapped the murder weapon with a knife from the victim's kitchen. All right, well, we're going to discuss all this in a second. I think you can, I would argue how crazy that is. However, I think there's an objective fact. And the objective fact is that this was the second guess from the channel. Like, after I bullied my guess through and it was wrong, this was the second best guess. So, that's sort of an objective fact. You can argue as crazy as it is, as I think it is, as misguided as I think that clue is, that idea is. It wasn't so crazy that the channel didn't come up with it. And, a good chunk of the chat here thinks it's reasonable. So let's see here. Corsican says, while the reasoning is beyond us at the moment, the fact remains it was a clear and obvious discrepancy and thus a valid solution. And Rob says, Rob agrees. I don't think it was an unfair puzzle. I don't agree, but I acknowledge that that people may disagree about this. We still have we do have to come up with a reason, which we'll get into. I think you could come up with a cartoonish reason. Hopefully, they're going to come up with a good one. But now the question was, what about the weird rivets? And then Rob says the rivets, well, that was a Photoshop error. See, this is what I would argue why this doesn't work. Because if you can't rely on things being so perfect, everything about the manufacture of this and these photos, which you can see there's some Photoshop going, would have to be done perfectly in order for this clue to be reliable. But as was pointed out in the channel as well, when they measure the depth of the wound, really, if you stab someone really quickly, it feels like you could go in much further than the depth of the knife. Those details, this is like the alibi that's within 15 seconds. And you say, well, it violates the alibi because it was 15 seconds off. People make mistakes. Things are imperfect. I just don't think this is a well-advised clue. But we're past that. We're on to the mystery now. All right, so we're now allowed to open the first objective. The thing that let me do one more rant about this. The thing that's particularly insane about this is that what doesn't count as overlooking is the possible name of someone interested in the Craigslist ad, that they overlooked that. But maybe we're not meant to overlook it. All right, now, I do think before we open up this next envelope, I do think some of the chat's instinct feels like it might be in the right direction regarding one of the CSI members. Like the insanity of stabbing someone with one knife, taking it out, bringing it home with you, taking a knife from the counter, putting it in the wound. Like, who but a detective would plan such a thing to distract people? So I do want to, before we open up the envelope, I do want to take a look at that description of the team, of the CSI team, so we know their names. Like that photographer guy looks suspicious, but all right, so here we have names of what? Oh, is it doing that? Let's just look at the names of these people. What is going on? Where is it trying to go? What on earth is making it so confused? Denise Sanderson, Jesse Winston, Alvarez, Ray Barlow, Jason Driver. All right, so none of those people are Harold. All right. I think the knife used was recognizable. Someone at the crime scene is protecting the murderer. Switched the knife with the kitchen knife. No. No, that can't be. That can't be. They're at the murder scene all together when they see the body with the knife in it, with the rivets. And then they together pull it out and bag it. So unless you think all three of these people are swapping it out, unless you think all three of them are swapping it out at the same time, it has to be that it was swapped out before they arrived, unless they're all in it together, which would be insanity, that all three of these people would be involved in the cover-up. Okay. Let's open up our envelope and bring justice to Angela Justice. All right, so there's actually quite a bit in here, it feels like. Three hours we spent on that. Okay, craziness. Now, let's see if we can, let's try to clean up our workspace a little bit here. We've got our newspaper photographs, got our crime scene photographs, and we've got day before murder photographs. Okay. So, and then we've got our document. All right. And then we've got the person we're trying to find justice for, Angela Justice and her daughter, Carmen. All right, let's see what our new evidence is. First is a letter from the Whitney College Gazette, a FOB. To an incredible detective, thank you. You reopened my mom's case. The knife found at the scene was too short to have made her wound. Someone swapped the murder weapon, but Who would do that? When and why? I hid under the bed next to my mother from the moment she died until the sheriff arrived, and I'm certain the knife wasn't switched then. Whoever swapped the knife needed access to the crime scene, which means the murderer is one of the CSI investigators or the sheriff. I hid under my bed from the moment she died until the sheriff arrived. The knife wasn't switched then. So now apparently she knows that the person who stabbed her mother didn't swap out the knife. So it has to be one of the CSI investigators. So somehow we're going to be told that the knife was swapped. Well, I guess it could have been swapped before this photograph was taken. 6:47, right? Maybe we are going to be able to look at timelines. Like there's 6:32. She's out, not in that room at 6:32. Maybe that's what we're going to be able to do. Pinpoint who could have been in the room. Like here's this guy at 6:39. Does he have a baseball cap from that baseball team where the bat is? Okay, so 6:39, he's here. 6:32, she's here. 6:52, they're all together here. So do we think that means it had to have been swapped before this point, 6:42? Someone would have had to do it before 6:42, which could have been this guy. He was coming in. Which one is he? Here is timeline for from the newspaper person. Newspaper person doesn't get here till 6:42, so it's already been swapped by then. Is it going to turn out that that guy? I think you're right. I think your idea. I think the idea is nice. That who the CSI guy recognizes the knife from something, maybe his mother's knife or something, and he has to hide it. All right, this guy was in the house at 6:39, though. Oh, could have been him. All right, let's continue. So the murderer is one of the CSI investigators or the sheriff. I did some light surveillance and interviewed our suspects for the Gazette using a fake name. All 5 were emotional while recalling the events, but I know one of them was only pretending. During her interview, Denise Sanderson offered to look for more evidence, and luckily she found more photos of all the items examined at the lab. Denise talked for a while about the telescope, which seemed weird, but got me thinking about how several of the CSI techs had interests related to items my mom had for sale. Denise Sanderson's into space. She is interested in the telescope. Ray Barlow is a professional photographer, so he would be interested in the camera. Jason Driver is a Cardinals fan. He might be interested in the baseball bat. That's our guy here. Jason Driver. Diego Alvarez is, I don't know about, might be a fisherman. Sheriff Winston was in the army. Maybe he wanted the flask. All 5 had a motive. Really, that's a motive to kill this woman. If we can figure out what they were after, we can zero in on the suspect. Can you help me prove which of the items for sale? Please don't tell me this was killing the person to rob this item. Please do not try to tell me that a CSI tech is going to kill this mayoral candidate instead of purchasing the item. Please don't tell me that that's it. It can't be. It can't be. All right, but according to this, the killer wanted one of these objects. Okay, I guess we're going to try to figure out what I have to have faith that this is not going to be about a robbery. I have to have faith that it's not going to be about a robbery. Okay, what objective did the killer want? Unless it's $1 million item. All right, so I do like the idea that we've got, it had to have happened sometime between when the CSI arrived and when this photo was taken, which is the earliest photo we have of the knife being in her. So we've got a very small window between when CSI arrived. All right. Regardless, let's look at the new evidence we have. And we're trying to find what they wanted, right? Our objective is find what item they were after. And this might be, if we find the person, then we might know the item. Okay, let's take a look at what we got here. Suspect number 1, Sheriff Jesse Winston. Sheriff Jesse Winston standing outside of the Whitney County Sheriff's Station. I was still in shock from seeing Angela's body. Then I noticed Carmen's eyes peeking out from under the bed. I tried to coax her out, but instead she ran into her own bedroom. I couldn't get her out to the EMTs until after Denise Sanderson helped calm her down. I watched the CSI team work that scene up and down, but we never found any evidence that could trace us back to the killer. The address on the Craigslist ad made it too hard to identify specific suspects. Case was impossible to solve after that. All right, so he looks like he chased her into the other room, so he might not have been in that room while the knife swap happened. All right, Diego Alvarez, team leader. Seemed caught off guard when asked about the case. It was horrible. Still one of my hardest cases. Even worse, because they found absolutely nothing of use at the crime scene. It didn't make sense. I had Denise on evidence collection and transport. Jason Driver knows more about tracing weapons than anyone I've ever met. And Ray captured everything at the scene on film. Team was solid. We should have found something. He's not into fishing. Spent too much time getting wet in the Marines. Okay, well, again, Jason Driver is our main suspect. Okay, here's Denise. I'm fairly convinced it's not her because I think she was in the room trying to coax the daughter out. Okay, she was photographed at the lab. She remembers getting the little girl calmed so the sheriff could let the EMTs check her out. Said Ray Barlow had a particularly hard time with the case that day. I left the scene pretty early with Ray to take evidence back to the lab. Diego and Jason stayed behind to wrap things up. Denise didn't remember much more than that, but wished me well in covering the story. Gave me extra photos from the lab. Okay. So she says, Ray Barlow had a hard time with the case. And there's the photographer who says he has a hard time with the case. He's the photographer. I was so out of sorts from it all, I almost began photographing the murder scene before they were ready for me. Diego set me straight, so I stepped out to document the point of entry to give them some more time. Once they were ready, I took the photos and documented the scene. His oldest daughter, Abby's my age, and claims it made the experience especially challenging for him. No mention of his little smoke break. All right, I don't suspect this guy, and he seems to say that the others were in there before him. He stepped out. Okay, here we go. Here's our main suspect. Pictured at the Whitney Park baseball fields. I remember That was a long time ago, but yeah, that one still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. Could only provide limited details. Not much stands out other than the sheriff was really shaken up. Other than the tragedy, it was a normal investigation and case. He wished me well on the story, but added, it's almost impossible to find answers so many years later. This ain't a TV show. Photographed at the baseball field. I was trying to see like if he was photographed at the house of that crazy camera shop woman. All right, then we've got some lab photos. There's the murder weapon, only 4 inches long. Now we see this photo, making it very clear. Knife pulled from the victim's abdomen, examined, tested in lab. Serrated kitchen knife, standard blade slightly loose from the handle, waiting for result. Okay. Blade slightly loose from the handle. Okay. Slightly loose from the, you can't replace a blade in a knife like that. There's the fishing reel. Found in spare room with other items built from the box. Expensive top-class reel made from graphite and aluminum. Not sure what you catch with a reel this big, but it's huge. Examined in lab. No further evidence found. Photographed and released back to family. I think maybe the fact that we identified that that bat might be different may come in here. Might turn out to be true. Old camera. Camera from online classified, found in spare bedroom with other items spilled from the box. Camera is in refurbishable condition. Last use unknown. No photos to pull. Examined in lab. No further evidence found. Photographed and released back to family. Okay, there's the marine flask. Semper Fidelis flask from online classified. Found in spare room with other items. Fake leather wrapped flask made of a lightweight metal. Examined in lab, no further evidence found. There's the telescope. Found in spare room with other spilled items. Telescope in good condition, aside from some scratches to the legs of the tripod, likely caused by contact with metal. Examined, no further evidence collected. Now here is the item. You see, this is what I find frustrating. This is exactly the kind of why I'm saying, like, you can't have it both ways. So here we have the bat in the ad. This bat looks like it's a perfect match for this one, right? Like here's this pattern here. Looks like it's matching this pattern here, right? So if you look at these two here, they look consistent. In fact, look at this little angle here, okay? But then when we really studied, they don't match. Oh, you're right, they don't match. Look at this. Okay, so they don't match. All right, so that was our theory from the beginning. But wait, but what I'm complaining about is this. Look at this. Look at this. And when we saw it in here, we noticed it looked even different. Here, it looked like there was some border around the outside. So my problem is, like, it has to be perfect. So this would suggest that there are 3 bats. Like this one is different from this one is different from this one. Okay, but we have spotted a fake bat because this has got some writing here and this one doesn't have that writing here. But I don't think this is on purpose. I don't think this difference is on purpose. I think that's just sloppy photoshopping. But all right, we'll find out. But all right, so this is just proof of our theory that it's the weapons expert who's a baseball fan. All right, so he swapped it out with this new one here. Yes, it's a bat. It's just not the same bat. Okay. This bat better be worth $1 million. All right. So what have we got here? Autographed baseball bat found with other items. Wooden bat meeting MLB regulation standards. Examined, photographed, and released of kin. This might be a clue too. Maybe like this bat is so old that it shouldn't meet current standards. What are we told about this bat? Autographed by Ozzie Smith of the St. Louis Cardinals, which is the exact team that our guy loves. Is that right? He's a Cardinals fan. It's like his exact team. All right. Well, I guess we are ready to answer this question. Right? I mean, clearly we know the answer to this. It's the bat. I think Rob is trying to argue that the bat in the box was photographed at a different angle. Well, then you could say the same thing for this too, right? If your theory is that it's got the same stuff on the back, but that this is copied on the back, but without this, then we couldn't answer this question. Clearly, this has got to be the same wood grain here. But how do you get the same wood grain if it's a different bat? All right. How do you get the same wood grain if it's a different bat? Doesn't make sense. Okay. Well, look, we'll talk about that at some future time. Does anyone have any disagreement that it's the bat? Should we be checking if anything else is different? Maybe we should. Let's not get sloppy. Here's this flask. Semper Fidelis Marine Corps flask. Is there any sign that that flask and this flask are different? They sure look the same. Ozzie Smith autograph bats are going for $300 to $350. $350. This better not be over a $350 bat. All right. Okay. The flask looks the same to me. Well, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with the answers to these questions later. Let's just reassure ourselves that nothing else is changed, and then we'll answer this question. All right, what about this? These look the same to me. And then what about this? It's close enough to me. One is shinier. All right, let's I think we're just going to answer that it was the bat. Okay, let's do it. Let's not overthink it. At this point, we've identified the bat is different. Let's try to answer this question. Okay. You got a moment to disagree before I put this in. All right, here we go. What did the killer want? What two items are needed to determine what the killer was after? So I guess our answer is these two items, right? There's the bat that was offered for sale, and this is the bat that was left in its place. The signature is here. I don't know what this is. We could zoom in on it to see if we could see. It's not the signature, though. What is it? It says powerized. Powerized. That might be new, making it. I don't know. You would think it would be something like recreation, but I don't know. Now the group is trying to say it was the fishing reel. Does it have yellow in it? Yes, it does right there. Okay, I'm saying the bat. Let's see what happens. All right, so it's the Craigslist ad, and it's the evidence pick of the baseball bat. Any disagreement? You got a moment to get on the record here. Does anyone disagree with this? Now's your chance to look smart. Buddha Bell says, I found one for 9,000. Okay, here we go. You did it. You proved the baseball bat was replaced with a fake. Great work. You can now open the envelope marked bonus envelope B. Two different bats. The killer swapped the autographed bat with a fake. Okay. I mean, yes, we got it right. Even though we don't understand how you create such a fake bat, but okay. All right. Envelope B. Here we go. This one has stickers. Yeah, it's a very convincing copy, except for some added text that he added a little flourish of his own. All right. Here we go. Let's organize our stuff again. Got our new evidence. We've got our new suspect, Jason Driver. All right. Astounded again, Detective. I'm beyond impressed. You saw the baseball bat in evidence is not the same one as the one in my mom's ad, which means the murder weapon isn't the only thing the killer switched. He swapped the baseball bat too. I still have that bat. The sheriff returned it, so I had it examined by a graphologist who confirmed the signature was 100% a forgery. I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have. Jason Driver is the killer. The guy's crazy about baseball. Now I see why he was trying so hard to discourage me from investigating. Miss Quill said the story is the most astounding student work she's ever seen. She's pressuring me to publish what we have so far. On the other hand, the sheriff is skeptical of Driver, but says we can't make an arrest with this evidence alone. I won't publish my story until I know it'll put Jason Driver in jail forever. I went back through Aunt Donna's drawer. She had a couple of old phones, so I asked the tech-savvy friend to pull the photos. We found 3 more pics from the day before Mom's murder, but they don't seem to help. I also put my private investigator hat on and tailed Driver for a day. He seems to be an all-around jerk, except when it comes to his mother. I almost feel bad for how devastated she'll be when she finds out. Is his mother going to be the camera shop woman who had the vigil? Like that is going to make a little more sense to me. Jason Driver is our killer. I know it. We just need to find some way to prove he was in my house before the CSI investigation even started. All right, here we go. He didn't carry around multiple baseball bats. He saw it in the Craigslist and planned it. Okay. Convict the killer. Find the evidence directly connects the killer to the murder, and then prove it on this page. Okay. Here we go. So what have we got here? This is our girl, the daughter, trailing this guy. Tailing him. Here he is chopping wood. Now, where is our woman that I'm suspicious of? I just want to make sure that this woman who holds the vigil isn't involved in this creepy stuff. Where's that vigil? Yeah. All right. Let's see here. What is he doing? We can look into his garage. Do we see anything suspicious in there? He's chopping wood with a hatchet. He lives at 299 something Street. Jason Driver at his home in the early morning. He came out front, began chopping wood not long after my stakeout began. He's pretty good at handling that axe. I assumed the wood was for himself, but then he loaded it into his truck, so I followed him. Now, here we go. There's the mother. He went to his mother's house with the wood, and she's photographing him behind the cover of some trees. Who is his mother? Just an old lady. It's not the woman who had the vigil, as I thought it might be. Well, what do you know? Driver is a big softy for his mom. He chopped the wood, drove it over, and unloaded it. She probably has no idea her son's a monster. It's only a matter of time, though. Boy, it feels like there should be some clue in here somewhere. Well, we'll worry about it later. Okay, and then these were the photos on the camera on Aunt Donna's. Oh, no. Things got a little weird after I followed Driver over to Whitney Park. He stopped at a local youth softball game, started screaming at the players, umpires, and coaches like it was Game 7 of the World Series. It doesn't seem like he knew any of the players or their parents. Kept encouraging players to use their hips. That's weird. So here he is. I guess that's him behind the fence screaming at people. Weird. Okay. Ew. Of course he brought me here. I couldn't stay long crouching behind a car across the street. He stayed outside talking to whoever those guys are. They were laughing and slapping on each other. Not sure who they are or what they were talking about, though. So he's at a strip club talking to some other guys. kind of looking at our camera. Okay. Don't see him any clues here. Except that he's a weird guy. This guy's such a pig. I trailed him to the casino where he proceeded to get drunk and harass everyone, including this waitress. Eventually, security ushered him away from her and told him to go home and sober up. I really want to get this guy. Okay, here he is drinking, arguing. This is a funny picture. Arguing with this waitress in a casino. What's in his hand? Nothing. He's just arguing with her. He's got his baseball cap. He's out of control. He is out of control. And he looks like he's got a bit of a black eye or something. Like maybe she punched him in the eye or something. Or, but no, this is years later, right? No dates on these. This is years later. Okay, so this is current day. He's aged and hasn't held up so well, but he's still got his same baseball cap. Okay. Okay, this is really scary. I got too comfortable, tried for one more photo as I left the parking lot after the casino. Driver saw my camera through the window, started coming at me aggressively with a baseball bat. He had me literally shaking for quite a while after. Scary. All right, well, here he is holding a baseball bat. Is it the bat that he stole? It's a bat he keeps in his trunk. I don't see any clues here. There's nothing on this bat. Weird. All right, and then here are the photos that were found in the more photos from the morning, but she says, I don't think I see it. So here's cousin Aunt Donna. I do notice there's now a gnome back here on this shelf. I have these last three photos pulled from Aunt Donna's old cell phone. I love this one because I can still remember how happy I felt that day. Aunt Donna was over, my friend at a party, and my mom won her debate. It was a perfect day until it was over. Is that gnome got stolen by this guy and brought to his mother's house? Yeah, that's what he did. That's going to be it right there. So if we compare the crime CSI photo, we're going to find that this gnome is not in the after picture, and he has stolen it and brought it to his mother. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Okay. All right, here's another photo. Look at the giant camera this woman's holding. Look at this insane camera. I used to love pretending I was a fashion model. I'm sure she had higher hopes for her daughter, but mom would always play along. These pictures are so hard to look at. None of us knew what was coming next. I'm thankful for this day we had. It was perfect. I'm not sure who that guy is watching us. So look how these, in case you didn't notice, these pictures are these pictures taken from the other camera, right? Can you see? Like this is these are taken on the other camera. this camera took this picture, and this camera took this picture. So this is where we saw this, right? And remember, we compared it to the CSI picture looking for a change. And we didn't see any change. But now from this angle, we can see there was a gnome, and there is no gnome here. All right, and then we've got one last photo, which is of the two of them. Very sweet. I thought it was so cool for using the peace sign in pictures. It made me feel like a grown-up. It's funny how life feels when you're little. I know in this moment it felt perfect. All right, but we now know that he stole that gnome. He's insane. He's totally unstable. And he has stolen that gnome, which we can zoom in on to confirm that it is that gnome. He stole that gnome from her bedroom. No doubt about it. And that's why it's missing from the crime scene photos. Okay, so we can now convict the killer. Once you find evidence directly connects the killer to the murder, visit this website to prove it. All right, so here we go. Okay, prove the killer was in Angela's home before the investigation. What two documents? All right, so these are our two documents. And what do we call these documents? One is the stakeout pic of Mom's house. And the other one is the selfie with Carmen and Donna. Right? Yes. Okay. You did it. You spotted Carmen's gnome in Jason's mother's garden. Great work. You can now open the envelope marked bonus envelope C. Carmen's gnome disappeared on the night Angela was murdered. The exact same gnome is in the front yard. Connects driver to the scene of the crime before he arrived to investigate. Okay, so let us open the envelope, watch that video, and then we'll talk about it. There's a nice generous amount of epilogue here. Maybe we should watch the video first, it seems like. Okay. Hopefully I can hear this with you.
Angela Justice's murderer has finally been apprehended, years after the brutal 2007 attack. Jason Driver, a local forensic scientist, has been arrested on the charges of first-degree murder. Driver was one of the crime scene technicians working the Justice case in 2007. Angela's daughter, Carmen, recently uncovered indisputable evidence linking Driver to the crime, which prompted the arrest. Mayor Donna Wilson has commended her niece for her steadfast commitment to the truth. She's declined further comment on the matter until after the trial has taken place. Stay tuned for live updates and our coverage of this developing story.
Okay. Let's read the epilogue here. Dearest detective, you are brilliant. I cannot believe you spotted my old gnome in the yard at Jason Driver's mother's house. It was all we needed to convict him. As if there were any doubt. Denise Sanderson testified in court that the pink paint on the tip of the gnome's hat matched perfectly with pink paint I had used as a child to make a card for Aunt Donna. Thank goodness for Aunt Donna in her secret drawer. Jason Driver is a despicable person for murdering my mom over a baseball bat. It's been years since he changed all of our lives forever. Years since I lost the most important thing to a child, and now I feel I can breathe again, and it's all because of you. You won't believe what happened after I published my story in the Gazette. In addition to Driver getting convicted, my story also got picked up nationally, and I became a bit of a celebrity. The press couldn't get enough of the 4-year-old girl who solved her own mother's murder. They call me the witness. On top of all that, I finished my credits to graduate and got hired by the St. Louis Press. They're creating a column for me dedicated to sharing stories like mine that are unsolved and untold. You've changed everything for me, detective. I'll forever be grateful. Look out for my future stories, and if you ever need a friend to help get you through the darkest of days, I'll be there. Carmen Justice. Okay, so you just solved the case. If you want to get more cases, here they are. I thought there would be a discount, but there isn't. And then look, she sent us some photographs of her in her new job. Shows her press pass. Here she is. She's now working at the St. Louis Press. Okay. My new office is somewhere up there in the St. Louis Press building. Thank you for everything, detective. I couldn't have done this without you. Okay, we brought justice to Carmen Justice. And here's the guy that got arrested. Got life sentence. Oh, here he... Oh, no, this is the sheriff. I thought he was... Carmen, I thought you might like a copy of his mugshot. I'm impressed beyond words with your perseverance through so much heartache and your ability to fight tenaciously to find the truth. And I am so sorry, Carmen. The evidence was there, but since I wasn't good enough, you grew up in a community where your mother's killer walked free. I've decided it's time for these old bones to retire. I'm ready to hand things over to the next generation of truth seekers. Something tells me you'll all do just fine on your own. You may be the witness to all of America, but you're a hero to me. Sheriff Jesse Winston. And then here, oh, here's the confession. Here we go. Okay, here we go. From Jason P. Driver. I killed Angela Justice on July 15, 2007, but it's her fault. I wanted to buy her autographed baseball bat, but she already had a buyer from Kansas City coming to pick it up the following week. The Royals beat the Cardinals in the 1985 World Series, and I wasn't going to let someone over there have that bat. Luckily, the ad said she'd be out of town for the weekend, so I figured I'd just fake a home burglary, swap the signed bat with a fake one, then the bat could stay where it belonged and no one would ever suspect me. Everything was going according to plan that morning. I'd broken in, swapped the bat when I heard a noise from Angela's bedroom. I decided to investigate, and she hit me in the back of the head with something really hard. Next thing I remember, Angela was on top of me, striking down on me relentlessly with that gnome. I found myself in a very vulnerable position with an incredibly aggressive person on top of me. I was trying to defend myself, but it was clear that she wasn't going to ease up on me. So I defended my own life and stuck my knife into her abdomen. That got her right off. She lurched back, struggled for a few seconds, and died. I was in a bit of a panic, so I only grabbed the bat and the gnome she was hitting me with. Mom loves those things, and left. By the time I realized I left my knife behind in the lady's stomach, the sheriff was already on the scene, so I waited for the call from Alvarez and swapped it at the scene with one from Angela's kitchen to throw off the detectives. The real murder weapon went into a sealed bag and walked right out the door with me, hidden in the bottom of my duffel bag. And it all would have worked if it weren't for the witness. This is a pretty compelling explanation, actually. It's not, I mean, it's about as good as you could hope for. That's pretty reasonable. Like, he didn't go kill her for the bat. He broke in because he's this out of control guy to steal the bat. This whole replacement bat, it seems a little weird, but okay, whatever. The point is, he didn't mean to kill her. She attacked him and he kills her, panics, leaves, and then when he's called to the scene, he realizes they're going to trace that knife to me. So he has to do something desperate and swap the knives. It's not, I mean, yes, it's cartoonish, but it's in the realm of what I consider acceptable. She went into the daughter's room to pick up the gnome. Maybe they were both in the daughter's room originally when they heard something and then ran into the bedroom. Maybe the daughter brought the gnome in there in the morning. Okay. It's been 57 minutes since our last break. So what we're going to do is what we normally do. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. We'll come back. We'll talk about the game. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. I want to hear your thoughts. I have some complicated thoughts, but we'll find out in 5 minutes. All right, we're back. It's 8:16 p.m. on Saturday. We've been playing for 4 hours. And what have we played here? The Case of Angela Justice, which is called a photo case from Unsolved Case Files. But other than the fact that it was mostly photos in a smaller box, it's basically the same formula of Unsolved Case Files, which is a series of acts. Each act has an objective. Each objective you solve on the website by identifying which piece of evidence answer the question. Let's see what the chat thought. Okay, it's no Sandra Ivy case, that's for sure. Why not just run? You have the bat. Why go check out the noise? I think that's a fair point. Buddha Bell says, I don't know about this one. I like the photo setup. It was an entertaining enough playthrough. The case was too cartoony for me. The quality of the photos were not great. Too much clunky photoshopping. Perry says, this one's too much of a stretch to me. No, I'm in the wrong room. Happened to have an 8-inch knife on him. Managed to hide a bloody 8-inch knife in his pack. No prints on the replacement knife. I thought it was cartoonish and silly too. Just okay. Would have liked more in-depth or twist to the story. I guess, to me, most of my feeling about this game is positive. I really like the setup here. This setup is sort of like a spot the differences on steroids idea. This focus on a case largely involving photographs and the narrative setup that brings us photographs from the day before the murder, then CSI photographs by a different photographer of the CSI investigation, then photographs from after the murder by a journalist, and then circling back in this cold case to current time photos of suspects, as well as discovering some extra little photographs from the past. Along with this epilogue from the person who's hired us, to me, and then letters from our client along the way. This is a very satisfying narrative structure and very effective. This setup of a cold case that's reignited because of these found photographs from the day before the crime is very effective. I was immediately engaged in the case. And the work that went into creating all of these photographs, yes, there's some dodgy Photoshop, but the fact that we had so many of these crime scene photos, all dated, and we were sort of thinking about the dates. We have this gruesome murder and all the little details that we were using, the time stamps to sort of connect things, that we've got this building, here are these time stamps, and we suspected the aunt, and we have these interesting little details and scenes, photographs from different angles. Most of the photographs are not important. There's enough in here, enough work went in here to make these, make things not obvious. So I think narratively, the structure was really well done. I really like this photo-centric, photo-heavy little case here with some extra little documents along the way. I love this. This is, again, leaning into the strong narrative. Every single photo has notes on the back about them. That's really engaging. It was really engaging. And I think the system of these unsolved case files, where you have to identify which piece of evidence proves your point, is great. You have to remember that not many of these cold case games do that. Most of them are like, open the envelope when you think you know. This one really challenges you to get it right and think hard about it. And if you're wrong, you get a second guess. And I think the ending confession here recovered from quite a bit of the cartoonishness that we complained about. Like, we were thinking, how ridiculous is it that this murderer has murdered a politician to get a bat? And we fell into a trap. And the credit to the game, because that's a trap we've fallen into before. It's not the first time that you play a game and someone's murdered and you say, who would have a motive to murder them? And it's not, every once in a while I have to stop and remind us, just because someone was murdered doesn't mean we need a motive for a premeditated motive for that murder. Crimes go wrong. And so when you're playing these mystery games, it's easy to forget that. And we did forget it. We came into this case looking for the devious murderer who's murdered this person and deliberately and planned it and all that. But then if you start to accept that there could be an unintended murder, then it starts to make more sense. So I think there's a lot that's good here. And boy, these Unsolved Case Files people, they are really playing with fire with these tiny little photo details that you can just make out with the magnifying glass. That's a really dangerous thing. And it's dangerous when there's so much photoshopping going on. Now, I think the criticism that can be had about this game is all the criticism that everyone's complaining about, which is that the concept was good, the skepticism, and the potential. I do think it's sort of, what would you call it? It's sort of it's fighting outside of its weight class. Like, you could take 90% of this and just tweak it to get rid of some of the cartoonishness. And you might have a really solid adult case here. It just got a little silly off the rails when it was all about the baseball bat. He forged a copy of the baseball bat. He stole the gnome. And then he was acting all weird. Like, it got a little too cartoonish for an ideal case. Now, we should say if you just tweaked it a little bit, like not have him investigating the noise, have her sneak up behind him and fix the little thing about the gnome being in the wrong room. You could even have him breaking in to assault her, would be a little more of an adult story, but maybe a little more realistic. It's not crazy that these serial killer sexual assaulters are police officers. That happens quite a bit. And it's also not crazy that people take souvenirs from crime scenes and act erratically. So that's not a crazy idea. And I like the idea. If there was any explanation for why someone would swap a knife, that's not a crazy, it's not a totally crazy explanation. That this guy realizes he left the knife and it could be traced back to him because of his background. He realized that. I think maybe just a little bit of tweaking. Maybe get rid of this whole bat swap story. Maybe just have him break in. Maybe to rob it. Maybe to assault her. And then she attacks him. He kills her. And then he panics and leaves. Maybe get rid of the swapping of the bat. I still think this gets positive marks. I just wish that one little... I think also maybe the way that first objective was phrased was a little weird. Like, what did they miss? The fact that we identified the name of the person on the list didn't count. Like, maybe if they said, like, what was the discrepancy that was unexplained by the CSI, maybe that would make a little more sense. I don't like the idea that the depth of the wound was so critical. That just seems like a bridge too far for me, but I'm still very impressed with what they're doing here at these Unsolved Case File games, and I'm curious to play more of them. I would absolutely play more of these photo games too. All right. I think we can wrap this up here. Random culprit, random motive, scare her into dropping out. I don't know what you guys are talking about now. All right, well, tomorrow we'll be reading the second letter from a case that a viewer has written for us, the second of 3 letters. You still have time to watch last week's Sunday stream where we read the first letter. It was a very interesting true life crime case. I'm curious to see how it develops tomorrow. On Monday, we'll be playing The Seventh Citadel in the evening. And on Wednesday, we'll be returning to the finale of the 50 Clues trilogy. We've been playing a little card-based escape room game. And then after that, it's all wide open. If you have ideas, if you want to play, maybe after next week, we'll check out maybe either Green Poison, which I just got, or maybe it's time to tackle Alexander Morrison, a more in-depth cold case game. Thank you for joining me. A real pleasure today to have a group to share this experience with. Otherwise, I think I might have really gone on tilt. If you like the content on this channel, consider becoming a Patreon. The Patreon supporters are what make it possible for me to pick up and purchase these games without relying on reviewer copies or feeling indebted to the companies that make these games so we can give our honest opinions. Okay, guys, a pleasure as always. I'll see you next time.